And they're off. Hello, Boomer Dan and Flower Sunshine Petal. We're ready to follow the trading plan and complete the first step, which is to select call and put strike prices at the money at 9:32. So it's 9:32. And I have here a way to duplicate my screen. Up here, I'm going to take this down so that I can go ahead and do this. Okay, calls are at the top, puts are at the bottom. I have the SPY on the far left and the VIX right below it. Okay, so to do this, it's really easy. I go up to the symbol table, click the down arrow, then click Options, and SPX. I want to see about 14 strike prices. I just like to open it up a little bit. Okay. So at the money is the first purple bar on the left. So that is 69.95. And then I go directly below and go across from that one, 69.95. And now the next thing is just waiting for a buy signal. So let's bring up the steps one more time. This over some. If there is a buy signal at 9:30, proceed with caution. So it's right before that, but it's not right at 9:30, so I think we're good. Check support and resistance lines, which is the SUPPRES indicator. And you can find that in your Thinkorswim indicators. And the way you get to the indicators is you go to the Studies tab up top. It looks like a little science beaker. And you click Edit Studies. Or you could also go over here and bypass that second step and just go right to it. Okay, so if I were to find this one again, I would go SUPPRES. And there it is. It's that first one. These other two, just ignore. That's something I did. Okay, so the SUPPRES is the overnight. It shows the overnight high, overnight low. There are a lot of other lines in between that you could have, but I take them out because it just kind of distracts me a little bit. So right here, it looks like we're just bouncing right off of the overnight low. And 9:36 alarm, so now we're going to actively start looking for a trade. The puts does not look good at all. It's red and it's in between here, so it's usually when you have things happen right around the overnight highs and overnight lows, things will happen. Okay, so just waiting for a buy signal. The awesome oscillator, which is fantastic. It looks like a little roller coaster ride. And it should look really smooth and nice. And this one looks like it's headed up toward the 0 line, which is that red line. If it goes past that 0 line, that could mean a possible buy. Let's see, make this a little bigger. And a lot of times I look at the charts over there at Trading View, and I'll keep the 15-minute chart up for SPY just to take a look and see how it's doing. Okay, it's right here. And I have on here trend lines with breaks by Lux Algo. You can find that in Trading View when you go in. And you can get about 3 or 4, I think, indicators for free. I got the smallest package, the standard one, which is about $10.50 a month. But you don't have to do that. You can get it for free. And down here, this is like a volume zone oscillator. And so it's showing that it's trying to go up. But we have a red candle, so we're just kind of still waiting. And we've got some nice volume in there so far, 465K. Okay, so that's a good one to have up and looking at. Let me go back. Okay. So let's go to here. We've checked the support and resistance lines. I'm going to start looking for a trade 936. So we're already into that now. We want to trade only after a buy signal with a green candle. If you have a buy signal and a red candle, that won't work. And then the awesome oscillator, which is this little thing, looks like a roller coaster, it needs to be green. I've seen those where it was not green and it still made money, but what you want to do is try to make it a high probability trade. And so in order to do that, everything's got to kind of line up. And if one thing is off, then it affects other things. So I always like to see that green. Yesterday's trade had a buy signal with a green candle, and the awesome oscillator looked really good. And then generally I set a sell limit of 25% above the purchase price, approximately 25. And a sell alert, I used to set stop, but instead of set stop, I want to set an alert 25% below, because I got stopped out. I think it was last week I got stopped out a couple of times. And they were good trade. They were trades that ended up being profitable, but it went down and stopped out. So I'm going to set an alert, and I'll show you how to set an alert if you don't know how to do that yet. Okay, so still looking. I'm seeing what looks to me like to be like a, I want to say a pennant or something. It's a flag that you could draw a line going this way and a line going this way. And usually in situations like a pennant, it will break off and either go up or down. Since it's heading in the direction of going up, then it's probably going to continue up. Okay, I'm going to show you. I got a book online the other day. Let's see, what was this thing called? The Ultimate Trading Playbook. Master Strategies for Charts, Patterns, and Indicators. And on this, it shows a pennant. Right here. It's a bullish pennant, that's what they call it. And this is the flagpole, which shows that it's going up. So it goes up, then it just kind of comes down a little bit. It's tightening there a little bit, and then a breakout will occur. So I am thinking that that's going to break out. That's just my thought. But we shall see. Okay, this has crossed the 0 line. And by doing that, that makes me think that it's going to continue to go upward. Okay, let's look and see. Profit calculator. If it is 1780, then I can get 2 contracts. But now it's already come down a little bit. I'm taking the position summary off because I never use it. It's mainly for when you're trading stocks. You don't really need it now, so it looks like it's heading past that. This one looks like it might be a good one to get into. I just want to see it continue to go up and not down. So I'm going to get 2 if it hits 1800. Or 18, I'm sorry, not 1800, 18. So it's headed down. Numbers that are even, like 18 versus 1790, but 18 and 15, 13. Numbers that, whole numbers, there seems to be a little bit of resistance there. Also, I found that ones that end in 5, like 16.5. Okay. Good morning, Carol Drew. Waiting to see if this might be a possible trade to get in. I don't have a buy signal, so I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. It's just going too far down. It's already at 14. The next candle is going to be in about 2 minutes, and I'm interested to see what happens then. Looks like we have some kind of a doji forming. Candlesticks are very important, as you can tell, in trading. If you don't already have a knowledge of candlestick types, I would get something and read up on it, or see some YouTube videos. There's lots of good ones on candlesticks. I'm trying to decide what this yellow arrow is down here. I forgot. Let me look in and see what that could be. Possibly under strategies, maybe? No. Okay, that's a piercing line. Whatever that means. So it kind of looks like that the call stalled out a little bit, and it did go to red. if you're interested in duplicating my screen, let me call that up here. Yeah. You copy this link that's in blue and you follow the steps all the way through. And I will tell you that the UT bot alerts, which are what I use for my buy and sell signals, they probably will not come over. That's because that is not a Thinkorswim indicator. That indicator is found on TradingView. And so I do have a video. It's got a purple cover on it. So go into that video and I'll show you how to go into ThinkScript and move over the code into Thinkorswim. That's been the best indicator that I have ever seen. I guess I found it maybe like I want to say about 2 years ago. And I've played around with all of the different settings on it, every which way you could think of. And the settings that I found that work really good are the key value of 1, the ATR period of 10, and this is the standard one that has come with it, and I've tried every every combination there that you can think of. And signals from Heiken Ashi candles, yes. Show labels, yes. Price color on. This should be yes. That's why I go in and check it every day, because sometimes it slightly changes. And then alert sound on, yes. And then you can set an alert to pop up on your screen, and you can tell what message you want to see when it does pop up. So let me go and save that. And let me make sure that this one, the puts one, is right. That one has got all yeses. Okay. And when I get my screen exactly the way I want it, you can come up here to the grid actions and then tell it to save flexible grid as, and this particular one is called 0DTE SPX setup. That is the only thing that I trade is 0DTE, and the reason that I like that so much is because it's like day trading. I don't want to mess with something that's 1 day out, 2, 3, a month out, a week out. I'm somebody that I want my money now. And I want it before the end of the day is out. Because I don't want to have to go to sleep and worry about it all night long. What's it going to do when I wake up? So I like 0DTE. Sometimes that scares people, but it shouldn't scare anyone because it's really a very profitable way to make money in options. And I just do basic buying of calls and puts. I don't sell anything. I buy. So let's see. Flower Sunshine, you trade QQQ options. And you're new to options. Welcome to them. They can be scary. I will tell you this. I have lost a lot of money on options. And when I say a lot, I don't even want to think about it. A tremendous amount. And so I have kind of scaled back. I used to have, I wanted to get 50% profit. Then I came down and I decided no, 40%, 30%. And then I'm just kind of settling. When I say settling, I mean settling down. I'm not going to like try to worry about it anymore. I'm set with the fact that 25% to me is good. And the more that you do something and the more confidence that you feel, then you can rise up to something else. But about 25% is good. I also like to have a 25% stop. Lately, though, I've been getting stopped out so much that I just like to set an alert at 25% below, and then I can make a decision whether to stay in or not. So right now in calls, we've got a candle that has got a flat bottom. That's always a good sign. And I'm expecting there to be a buy signal pretty soon with calls. And according to the 15-minute on TradingView, there are 2 green candles there. So just kind of waiting for a good opportunity here. I do think I'm going to put back, let's see what the high is on that one. My buy limit order of 2 contracts. I'm going to put that back, I think. And the reason I'm doing that and not waiting for a buy signal is there is a buy signal here. So it is near the open. But I'm looking here at this awesome oscillator, and it's just continually rising, going above 0. And so the trajectory of this is headed for great things up here somewhere. So, and commissions, that's a good question. And that is listed on my profit calculator. The commission is about $0.65 per contract. Equals, let's see, B5 times. Okay, somehow that had gotten off, so I'm glad I went into that. Okay. I have a proposed and an actual. Proposed is like what I'm thinking of buying something, and then actual, because the price, there is usually some slippage, and so that's the actual. Okay, let's see here. Okay, sorry that you've been losing a lot as well, Flower, but it's part of a learning curve, and I'm trying to lessen that learning curve by showing this strategy. And it's called my Trading for Freedom strategy. It doesn't have a fancy name or anything, just that. And the good thing about it is it's free. You don't have to pay $1,300 a year or $79 a month or $99 a month or whatever. It's free. Because as traders, I think we should all help each other, because we're trying to become financially independent. And you can't do that if you're paying all these fees to other people. So I was on my soapbox, now I'm off. So 65 cents a contract, that's not bad at all for commissions. As far as commissions from, let me go in and look at my bank and see. My broker is Charles Schwab, by the way. I'm going to give you an example. Monday, which was a trade that I stayed in literally the entire day until the last like 2 minutes. So I was sitting here for that long, and I did make a good profit. I made $2,498, but I was in a hole, and I was determined I was going to get out of that hole. And at 10 o'clock, lots of things happen at 10, so. But Monday I paid $11.70 in commissions, and yesterday I paid $5.20. And if you want to get the see. I need my second cup of coffee is what I need. If you want to get how to duplicate my screen, if you go into the description and click where it says more, then it will say to duplicate my screen, and you can go through those steps, because I'm going to probably copy and paste some other things, and that's going to go away because it's going to copy on top of it. So that's where you can do that. Let's see, for the month of January, I'm just curious here. 79.17% trade win percentage. The average win / loss per trade, 0.62. I'm not sure what that means, but so far this month, $5,900. And I want to be transparent about this, so I'm going to go ahead and, oh, I need that up. I'm just looking on this screen to see if there's anything that will, okay, buy signal. Okay, we got a buy signal. We got green awesome oscillator. That's in puts, but it disappeared. When they appear and they disappear, it's not very strong, because if it was strong, it would stay green. So this tells me it's kind of ebbing and flowing. It's going in and out. So I'm going to keep my eye out on that one. I'm going to go ahead and take away that stop that I had to buy. I guess that's what you call that, a buy stop, is when you go ahead and you want to put something into the future. I've been doing options for 4 years now, and Sean Dekmar of Dekmar Trades pretty much turned me on to that. Here he is. I'm going to show a picture of him. Yay, Sean! Way to go. Shout out to Sean. He has a lot of good educational videos, especially on options. So if you go into he's got an options boot camp, and that will tell you everything that you need to know really about options. And I had heard about them, but I didn't know what they were all about. So when I started to read about it and try it out, I was really impressed, because what you can do with options is you can use less money in order to get more. So instead of being shares, you're buying contracts, and each contract is worth 100 shares. And so you're able to get in and do a lot more with a lot less. And that idea just really resonated with me. I really liked it, because I was down to, I don't know, like about my last $250. And so I was wanting something that I could do and not have to have a whole lot of money. Boomer Dan, do you wait for the following bar to start before you take a signal? That is a very good idea to do, because in essence, that's sort of like a confirmation as well. So not only is the awesome oscillator for me a confirmation, but seeing what happens next gives you an idea of what's going to happen. I used to have a timer set up that every 5 minutes it would give me like a little ding, and that got annoying, so I just quit doing that. But a lot of times I'll just keep my eye peeled up on the time, and when it gets close to the 5-minute mark, I'll look at it and watch and see what happens. Right now there's just nothing good to trade. Okay, got another buy signal from puts. Just watching to see what direction it's going. And if it's going to stay, it's green color. You won't hear me talk a lot of fancy financial language. I just call it as I see it, and I try to use as simple a language as possible because not everyone knows about options, and options can be extremely difficult, and they don't have to be. You don't have to get an iron butterfly or iron condor or whatever they are, straddle, strangle thing. You don't have to do that. You can just simply buy them. This one looks like it's headed up. I'm interested in this one. For puts, let me look over and see what the trading view, it's still green though. If it goes past that high of the day, I'm interested in it a little bit more. And I do have a buy signal, so I'm going to go ahead and take out, let's see what I can get with 1610. I can get 3. Okay. 1670. 2. Let's go for 2. Okay, this is one that I'll go ahead and put a buy stop. Let's call that a buy stop. I'm not sure if that's the technical name for it, but okay. And we got about a minute and a half before the candle changes, so we'll see what happens here. How much do you pay for TradingView? I pay $10.50 a month, and I get about 7 or so indicators with that. The other day I tried to put one in and it said, oh, you've got to bump up to the premium level, and so I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. So, 7 or 8, it is plenty. Okay, it just bought 2 contracts with puts, and I'm going to try for a profit of 520. Now, granted, it's got to plow through this overnight high. So I might change my mind and I might try to capture it before it gets to that, because I don't know, it's got a big roadblock ahead. So I might take some little profit along the way. It's headed up though pretty good. Okay, we're at 260. And let me see 1680, how much of an investment this was. The actual 1680. 2 contracts. I paid $3,360 for this trade. And it really looks like it's going up good. I'm going to bump it up a little bit. Let's go to 720. I'm going to increase this so I can see it better. Okay, we've passed the high of the day. We're headed up. We're continuing to go up. It's retreating a little bit. Like I said, I thought it might do. Let's be on the safe side. Let's go back to our 520. One thing about trading options is you can buy when the stock is, or the security or whatever is going up, and you can buy when it's going down. But I don't sell, I only buy. So you can make money going up or down. The only one you can't make money on is going sideways. I think we're going to hit that 520. I'm just going to slide it up just a little bit. And you don't want to be too greedy. Yesterday, I had a trade in the first 30 minutes of the day, and I thought, well, should I stay around and try to make some more? Because I definitely could have, and I opted not to. This one just keeps going up. It's trying to fight going through that roadblock there. Okay. Fantastic. Just made an easy $600. Woohoo! You can't get too excited. Sean falls out of his chair when he does high amounts and everything, but if it can get past this 20, remember I said whole numbers are where things tend to slide back. But if it goes past that, I would be interested in just getting a little bit more. This one looks like it's getting ready to cross zero. They're nice, solid, long body candles. Did it again. Okay. I thought I had sold something. No, I get that little ring thing when it buys and sells. So, okay. Let's try for another 300. Actually, make it 4, and then that'd be an even 1,000. Okay. The main thing is you don't want to get too greedy, because greed will slap you in the face and knock you down and chew you up and lots of bad things. Okay, so we're moving past that $20 resistance. Next one we want to hit is 2060. There is no better way I can think of to make a living. It has retreated down. That 20 mark is definitely for sure here. Okay, so want to see that come back up again. That's a good idea to be able to learn how to do that, Flower, to take Like if you've got 2 contracts, to sell one and hold the other one. I haven't really done much of that, but that's a great idea to do that. I do think it's just pulled back a little. I think it's going to pop back up again just based on what I'm seeing. If you notice something in the calls, it has gone beyond the overnight low. And that's a very bearish thing. So when we see that, we know that it could, though, reverse. So we're just kind of hanging in there. And we have a high of 21. So 21 now seems to be these whole numbers. When you can get past them, you're doing good. Even if you set like I'm going to set this at 22, a whole number. Okay, I can tell it's trying to go up. The awesome oscillator right now is poised. Right here we have, starting with the first green bar and then moving on up. So in a couple of minutes, let's see where the next candle goes. This is something I have called the Epic Pen. Put it over here. Huh, it's weird. It's not working. Sometimes my Epic Pen works and sometimes it doesn't. Today it's being stubborn. It's edging up toward my entry price of 20. Got about another minute before we have a candle change. Okay, the candle changed and it went below. Okay. This is what happens when you get greedy. In trading, you just have to be happy with little small base hits. And the good thing is those base hits add up. That is true, Joe Gold. I used to go in with a market order, but I've had some slippage with those market orders, so I've been trying a new thing. It won past the high of the day. Okay, let's take a look a minute at TradingView. TradingView is showing right now, let me wind it out a little bit. It's showing red candles on the 15-minute. Plus there is a break in the trend line. That's what this B stands for. It's not a buy, it's a break. It's getting really close to 15 down here, which is a loss of 1,000. Okay, it's telling me to sell puts. So the fact that this is green though, when you get a sell signal but then you've got a different color candle, I'm going to wait on it to go up a little bit. So we got a sell signal. Yep, it's turned red. Okay, I'm going to sell that. So now I'm down 420. I was up 600. It's okay. That is all right. I got my alert that I heard and went out. Okay. It's almost nowadays like you have to scalp, which I never really did like doing a lot, but in this market, you just have to grab whatever you can get. Over on the SPY, I see that it is bouncing off that overnight low and coming up. Right here, it's still red, but it's trying to come through. Let's see, what is our volume? Is 94,000. But I've been down before and come back strong, so it can definitely happen. Well, I'm waiting to see what's going to happen next. I've got to scan something on my computer. So that's the sound that you'll hear in the background if I can get it to work in. Oh, any of you guys near snow? I'm down here in Biloxi, Mississippi, and it got below freezing, but we had no snow. But just to be on the safe side, we unplugged everything. And I unplugged the scanner, and that's what was the problem. I think this is more snow than I can remember seeing in quite a few years. Up north, it's just getting hammered. I see a little bit of a green candle over here at the VIX. Don't know whether that means it's going to change. Looking at the headlines for today I look at Yahoo Finance is where I go for that. Amazon plans to cut 16,000 jobs amid AI competition surge. Then you've got U.S. stock futures rise with Fed. Mag 7 earnings on deck. Fed set to hold rates as tension grips Powell's final months. I want to point out something that I'm just noticing. There are a lot of wicks, which is the lines on the candles. Some people call them upper shadows and lower shadows, but there are a lot of wicks showing. And when we see that, that just to me shows indecision and instability and everything. So I'm just kind of trying to figure out what it's doing today. Waiting on another buy signal. So up here I held true to my conviction that I needed to wait for a buy signal. The buy signal right before the market opens doesn't count. I'm only talking about buy signals that are seen at 9:30. Those you have to proceed with caution because we're not sure what's going to happen. That's a really busy time in the morning and lots of things are happening, and I kind of wait till the dust settles. And so that's why I start looking for a trade at 9:36. And to show you the difference in 2 days makes, Monday I traded all the way up to the last minute of the trading day, and yesterday I was out in 30 minutes. So it just kind of depends how the day is as to how long you trade. Got a buy signal. On puts, let's see what it's doing here. Right now I'm looking at this, which is the active trader tab, and I'm looking to see that it is in fact going up and not going down. And it's going down, so I'm gonna wait for a minute. Okay, it hit 19, 1880. The gray bar, of course, is the price. The red box are the ask, and the blue, no, not blue, the green is the bid. So you've got the bid and ask price, and then you've got the actual price. So I'm just waiting to see if it will stay past 19. And it's gone from green to red again. I hate it when they change like that, because if I would have just at a split second placed a buy order, right now I'd be feeling kind of bad about it. Okay, from what I'm seeing, this overnight high in puts is a major resistance. And if it can get past that, it will continue to move up. Down here at the calls, we've gone below the overnight low. I've seen a lot of them do that though, and then they will correct themselves, turn green, and go back up. So good morning, Justin. So over here with SPY, this was like a little fake. Made you think, oh, it's going to go up. But nope. Sean calls those fake out breakouts. Talking about Sean Deckmar. He's like one of my heroes. He is just got me very excited about options, and he's a really neat guy. He has a channel on YouTube and a bazillion followers, and it's very inspiring. It looks like puts are trying to head up. We got a high of the day on that on the VIX over there. I just don't like all these long wicks right here. It's just not a good thing. Sometimes I'll come over when there's a high, and you might do this too, and I will set an alert for it to alert me when it goes one past that. So 36.64, I go 36.65. Because I want to know right away when it goes past the high, because that's going past a resistance point. Okay, got a buy signal, and it's headed up. I am going to buy up. Look down here. There it goes. Okay. Was looking for the green in the awesome oscillator, and it happened. Okay, let's watch this one carefully. I'm going to, let's see what 1,000 above is. I think it can definitely hit that. Just this big surge right here concerns me a little bit, because usually they go like, they're very close together, the awesome oscillator. And so when it has surges up like that, that's not normal. So just looking at it. If I can get 500, I'll be glad. Let's move it down. 520. I always do it for a little bit above what I want to account for any commissions or fees. I want to see it go at 22.51. Fear of missing out day most of the time, Choppy. You're right about that. Mark, anyone else in your family trade? As a matter of fact, Mark, I had an aunt who traded and made quite a bit of money. My brother, Scott, who is no longer with us, but he really enjoyed trading, and I didn't know that about him. And he lived in Florida, and so when I went to see him one time, come to find out he really loved the stock market. And so that, I guess it runs in families. And on my trading journey, I have a video that I put out. I tell about when I went to New York when I was 18, and my dad took me up there, a little trip with us, and he wanted me to meet my great uncle, Frank. And so we went to his apartment and everything, and I had never seen anything like this apartment. It was just decked out and just very expensive and luxurious. And I remember going back to the hotel and saying, Dad, okay, it just went above. Okay. Going back to the hotel and saying, Dad, what does Uncle Frank do for a living? And he said, well, he made it big in the stock market. And I said, define make it big. And he said he made $1 million in the stock market. So I think it's something that ever since that trip, I have just been enthralled with the fact that you could make an incredible amount of money trading stocks. And it has just been a fire that has burned underneath me. And I later went on to teach. I taught for 24 years. I'm retired now. And I taught music, and I taught regular ed, I taught special ed, a lot of different things. And all the while, the stock market was just in the back of my mind, and I was always learning about it and interested in it and very curious. And so finally, when I retired, I really got into it and have learned as much as I can. And so it's kind of a thing that has been in the family, I guess. I want to be like my Uncle Frank now and make $1 million. So 600 for the day. Congratulations, SB Prasha. Very good. Let's see. Trying to give you like a little way to go thing, and I don't see it on here. Okay. But way to go. That is fantastic. One long and one W so far. What is, this is probably stupid for asking, but what is W? You say you're signing off, so you might not still be there. Okay, you saw that one and the one about the pool. We just got the pool installed last month. Oh, I got you. Okay, thank you. It's good to balance things out, though. I mean, if you do make a loss, when you can come back and win, that's even better, I think. Got a pool installed in our backyard last month, and it's just sitting there, and it's freezing here. It's like 27 degrees here, 28. And it's torturous to walk past that pool. I want to get in it so bad, but if I did, I would definitely freeze to death, I'm sure. But SB Prasha, fantastic. $600 is a good amount of money. I'll get you a lot. And losses are a part of it. I talk about losses sometimes. They're going to happen. You just have to minimize. You have to be very cautious in what you're doing. Always be looking around at everything. I start off and I look at my SPY and my VIX. I kind of see where they're standing. Then I look over in the call and the puts. A lot of times I'll head on over to TradingView and take a peek and see what that's doing. And right now it's just all red candles going down. So I'm just always looking around, keeping my eyes open, keeping aware. That's at another whole number there, the 23. Sean Deckmar pointed that out a couple of years ago when I was looking at his channel. And he said when stocks get to whole numbers, they tend to pause a little bit. And kind of regroup themselves. And then it'll go up again. So whole numbers and then numbers that end in 5. So hoping this goes beyond that 23. I'm going to go. A lot of times setting alerts gives me something to do, because otherwise this can be kind of boring. So if it goes to, let's say, 23.10, I want to know about it. And it will ding. It's an amazing process that happens when you go to making a pool. I had no idea what goes into it. We had one with gunite, and so they start off, they're digging, and then they have to put like a mesh around the dirt to provide stability and everything. Then they come in and put all kinds of pipes for drainage and everything. Then there's the gunite. And that has to cure for quite a while. And you have to water it all the time, like a flower. And just a bunch of steps. Mark, you had a pool in Maryland. Yes, I've heard they can be a pain in the butt. I'm finding out a little bit about that because there's all these chemicals you got to do. And so right now we have us a pool girl, and the pool girl comes in a couple of days a week right now to make sure everything is what it should be. And that's just one of the things in making money with trading that affords you the ability to do that. Okay. This one's dropping down a little. And I'm okay with that because what I see now looking at this is I see higher high, higher low, higher high, and then next will be a higher low. So we're going in the right direction. But my trade was 22.10. And the stop would be 16.58, 25% stop. So I'll come over here, 16.58. And I'm going to say that if it goes at or below that, it will let me know. So in essence, that's like I'm going to call that a soft stop. A hard stop would be something that you definitely set when you buy. And I have something called 25% profit, which is like the TRG with bracket. It's the same. It looks the same, but it's 25% profit. And so I have it sell at 25% above and stop at 25% below. And so this I would call a hard stop, but I have a soft stop in that it's an alert. A couple of times last week I got stopped out. That's very frustrating when there's a winning trade but you get stopped out. Yeah, I can imagine you're happy to move from that house, Mark, because it is a lot of work. Okay, I just got some kind of alarm. Let's see. Message. Okay, it went above the 2310 mark that I had set. Okay. It kind of gives me peace of mind in a way when I see the 15-minute chart of TradingView, because I see all those red candles going down. The 15-minute chart is really good to look at to see the overall look of the market and what it's doing. I put on my charts, though, with Thinkorswim, I use 5-minute Heikinashi candles. And I like the Heikinashi because it's a very smooth look. You definitely know when signals, buy and sell signals, are there because it's smooth. If we look at this one really quick, because this one's kind of just sort of doing nothing right now. That's what candles look like. And let me do a candle trend, because that's even more. Candle trend. So it's not as easy on the eyes as the Heikinashi is. And in a couple of minutes, if this, see how this trade goes, I will go in and explain about the Heikinashi candles. I have a slide on a presentation of that. Okay, moving up. Oh, well, we're moving on up to the limit. Okay, we're coming up to what looks like a double top. Double tops, usually it ends up going down again. Okay, let's see. SB. One request. Can you please share your TradingView chart? Let's see. As soon as I can figure out how to do that, I will. I'm not sure if this is what you mean exactly. Prussia. Okay, there's a doji up there with the puts, so it's going to head down some. Frustrating day today. Okay, so I hope that's the link. Hope that'll work. Okay, so when I'm looking on the trading view chart now, what I'm seeing is a double bottom. We have a little green candle over here with the SPY. But I think this is the case where we're just seeing, you know, like I said, higher high, lower low, higher high, lower low, higher high. We're following a pattern there. I don't know if y'all can see that. It's fear of missing out day. FOMO. Okay, sell puts. But we got one of those down here. And what happened? We started up again. So FOMC, Fed interest rate decision at 1. Oh, okay. So I'm expecting at 1 today for something to happen. Who knows what? But something. Okay. Mark, see you back tomorrow. What exactly, this sounds dumb, but what exactly does FOMC stand for? I know FOMO is the fear of missing out, but what is FOMC? Federal Open Market Committee. I found it. Federal Open Market Committee. Okay, thank you. Yeah, anytime they have these meetings, they just go crazy. The volume is definitely dropped. See right here how it's touching on that overnight high. Looks like it's trying to bounce and then hopefully we'll ride up again. So I hope that this this helps with the trading view, the chart I have set up. I want to share my TradeZilla screen. This is what I used as a trade journal to keep track of everything. And so far, for the month of January, let's see, I have a net cumulative P&L of $5,470.90. Profit factor is 2.03. I'm still trying to get my head around that and learn what that is. Trade win percentage is 76.92%, so basically roughly 77%. And average win-loss for trade, 0.61. I don't quite understand that one either. I'm still learning. This is a fantastic software for keeping track of all of your trades, and it's what helped me learn that I ended up getting out too early a lot of times, and sometimes I ended up holding too much. So it lets you see patterns in your trading. It's very useful, and I would recommend it to anyone that is interested in keeping track of their trades. I used to type mine in by hand in an Excel spreadsheet, and that got really old fast, and sometimes I made a mistake or a typo. And this way with TradeZilla, it's all there. It tells you when you've opened your trade. On Charles Schwab, they don't tell you on your trades when you open and when you close. So this helps with that, because I like to know exactly what time of day and when I opened. It gives you your net return on investment, commission prices, realized R multiple, and mistakes. So this is very helpful to me. And it is not that much a month. I don't know exactly what it is. I'll have to look into that. But it's not much compared to what other things charge. Alrighty. So it looks like we're still trying to bounce off that overnight high. I hope everybody likes jazz music. The other day I had on pop, and it got really old. And I think I played electronic one day, and that was all pump-uppy. If anyone else needs me to keep this website up, let me know, but I'm just going to minimize it so I can see the whole screen. Okay, and what we're doing right now on Awesome Oscillator too is we've gone up, reached a peak, we're heading down, but a lot of times what happens is, notice over here we have a peak, head down, we rest a little while, then we come back up again. So I really think that this one is going to hang in there. Also, if you notice up here, there are 3 green bars on the Awesome Oscillator, but there are 3 red candles. That doesn't go together. When we see green bar, green candle, they should line up. Now, it could be the way that the indicator is painting it, because if I go in and change, and I've been really trying to find out about these, but price color on, if you change that to no, watch what happens. See, it's turned red. But I like the fact that it's green because it shows me that there is some hope in it. So that's what I do. One thing you can always do too is when you're making changes and trying out things, it's good to be able to go back to your original setup. And to do that, you come up to the, let me show you what that is called. It's called the Show Grid Actions tab. And you go down to Save Flexible Grid As, because that's what we are at right now. We're on the Flexible Grid tab. I used to be on the Charts tab, but I like to see more. I have more information on this tab, so I like it better. And you just click Save. And that way, if you ever need to go back to it, or if you try different strikes, you can always go back to your original one. Now, right now, I'm here, $69.95. So that's, I would consider that in the money. At the money, I always think of as the first purple bar. So this is a little bit in the money. Wait, we're over here, sorry. I was looking at the wrong one, calls. Okay, calls, $69.95 would have been right here. So it's a little bit out of the money right now. And the puts is a little bit in the money. And during the day, I was adjusting these. After I made a trade, that I readjusted the strike price. And I'm strictly buying calls and puts, not doing anything fancy. Okay, you liked the electronic day. Well, you know, I'm up for suggestions all the time. I just found this royalty-free music because I got a strike once. I used music that was copyright, so since then found this new thing called Epidemic Sound. And let's see. Here's some electronic. And I'm going to if you're interested in finding out about this music, this royalty-free Epidemic Sound, seems to work for me. So you stopped out. Not yet, Joe Gold. I've got a alert set for 1658. If it hits that, then I will think about stopping out. But right now, it's above that, so I'm good. And it looks like we're almost above the purchase price. We're $21.90, and I purchased at $22.10. It's heading down though some. Got a little bit of a buy over there at the VIX. It's just very low volume right now. I know the volume's going to pick up when it gets around that 1 o'clock mark. I think it was last April, the market just went crazy. And I forget what it was, but I made something like, I think it was about 43,000 in one trade. And that was just blew my mind. Yeah, that was on, actually it was on August, not April. April, I made one trade 26,624 and 3 cents. April 3rd, that was just a crazy time that week. I think y'all remember that. And August the 5th, entry price was 10.20, exit price 20.40. So I had purchased, let's see, 43 contracts and made 43,415, which is just, I don't know, crazy. What other profession in the world can you make that in, it was like 20 minutes, I think. Here it was. So I'm willing to share bits and pieces of my P&L with y'all. It also allows you in TradeZilla to rate your trades. And so let's say you want to look at all the trades that, have a 5-star rating, like a 5-star hotel, you can look at them and see, okay, what did I do good on that day? But I got in that one at 10:31, got out at 10:55. So, 25 minutes to make that much money, it's just unheard of. There's no other profession on the entire planet that makes that much that I can think of. Except maybe professional athletes. How much did it cost me? That's a great question. Let me take a look. Okay, let's bring up our handy dandy profit calculator. I entered 10.20 and I got 43 contracts. Oh, wow. Cost me $43,860. So I did risk a lot. I had a high amount that I put into that trade, but got out at 24. So there's the amount. So lately I've only been spending about $5,000 on trades at a time. I took a couple of big losses, and so I'm trying to build my account up again. And so it's a slow process. You have to be patient with yourself and just go. It's like baby steps, little steps, but all those little steps add up. And so I've gotten some big losses too. So I've learned a lot this year. This year has been a big learning experience for me. And as long as you take a loss and you analyze it and you go back and back test it and see where you went wrong, and change things where you need to change them. And when I say that, I mean indicators or time frames, that kind of thing. As long as you're trying to make the next trade better, then losses are just a part of it. And losses are, I know this sounds weird, but losses are good in a way because it just makes you fine-tune your trading strategy even more. I had a big loss a couple of weeks ago. It was about $6,000, and that's what caused me to make my trading plan. If I hadn't had that big loss, I don't think I would have done that. But a lot of times it's really hard to remember everything all at once. And so if you have a little sheet that you can go along and just check off as you do stuff, then you're more apt to be successful than if you just do it on the fly. So I really think it's important to have a checklist in front of you. So losses are not all that bad. It's kind of how you look at them. I normally don't spend $40,000 on a trade, but that particular day I just couldn't resist it. I think it was some kind of a Fed day, probably. So we've got a high and oh my goodness, look at that. A whole number. Stopped at a whole number. Wow. Maybe what I should do is bring this up to 25. Just the market loves to pause on those whole numbers. So that's a lot of times a good place for you to place your limit order. I find that setting limit orders is also good because, say you have to step away for a moment, if it reaches that level, it automatically sells and you make your profit. If not, if you walk away and come back, you could have lost the chance. So sell limit orders help me to definitely lock in profits. It says, can you turn sharing on in TradingView so I can view that chart link? Okay, sharing on. Let me go look. Okay, that's the same link. Okay. All right. Okay, good. I'm glad you got it. That's great. Okay, we've gone past 24. Okay. Just sold. And now my profit for the day is 160. All right. Now, because we see what looks like a spinning top with some long wicks, that's market indecision. That's a candle that's saying, I don't know what I'm going to do yet. And the calls just keep getting lower and lower. I don't know. To get in that again, I'm going to make sure that it's a nice solid candle. When I say solid candle, I'm just talking about a nice real, long real body. The real body of the candle is this dark shaded part. And so I want to see candles that look like these right here. When the real body is short, it just means that it's kind of drying up a little bit. It just doesn't know what it wants to do yet. But you notice something. 25. There's that whole number right there. And if we get past that, then I would probably sell at 26. Because it seems to be halting around these whole numbers. So I'm going to go up there and just set this. Set a stop. And then immediately if it hits that, I'm going to sell it at 26, the next whole number. So that's a strategy that we can do. I have the UT bot alert set up on my trading view chart as well. And I use the Lux Algo trend lines with breaks. I like to look at the volume. I also had visible Fibonacci retracements that sometimes I like to look at that. Let's take a look at that, see what it looks like. Okay. The HH and LL scalper. Oh, okay, we just got a buy. And I'm going to come up here and I'm going to sell it at 26. Get another 180 bucks. Let's see. Notice there's a long real body on that candle. On puts. That's a good sign. Coming back to the indicators on TradingView. The HH and LL scalper just kind of lets you know those higher highs, lower lows, higher lows. And I use something a lot of times called it's called the Fourier Smoothed Volume Zone Oscillator. It's by Algo Alpha. It's a mouthful, but really what it is it's a volume zone oscillator that gives you buy and sell points. Okay, looking right now to see if it goes up to that 26. And if it does, it's going to do it quick. Yep, there we go. All right. Okay. Now it's probably going to retreat a little bit. Sounds like my puppy's being bad. His name is Jack. Let's take a look. Let's do 2610. Because when you've got 25,000 or more in your trading account, you can trade as much as you want. And let's see. Once we buy that, I'm going to stop it at 27. So we're just capturing some little scalps here. Got $340. Some people scalp all day. I don't know. I kind of like to make one big trade and then get out and do stuff outside and go shopping and play with my dog and my kitties. So I'm kind of a person that likes to do one big one, but today it doesn't look that way this morning, so I'm just capturing the little moves. I'm definitely keeping my screen up though to through 1 o'clock and even past 1 o'clock because things are going to get crazy then. And I would say if you've never traded before when there's a Fed meeting, don't do it on your real account for the first time. Do it on a paper trade because things definitely whip around and it's just not safe, I don't think, to do that unless you've tried it out paper first. Thank you, SB Prussia, for letting me know that I could share my screen. I appreciate that. I'm all about helping. I think that that's important right now, and especially in the position of the country the way we are. We need to help each other, and I'm not in this to try to make a lot of money. I just want to, it's the teacher in me that wants to help, so that's why I'm here. Waiting to see if that's going to hit 26.10. It's so close. Is the music too loud? A couple of weeks ago I had it and it was too loud and people couldn't hear me, so just want to make sure that you can hear me okay. Let's see, we just got a new candle. A lot of times I like to look and see if what I purchased the trade at, if I could have, what kind of profit I could have made. So here, first trade of the day, I did 2 contracts at $16.80. It cost me $3,360. Now this has gotten up to 26. Let's put that in. Oh, I'm in it again. Okay. And it's probably going to pause again at 27. So let's get another little bit there. 26.40. So it's changed its pattern. But let's just say 26. And so far, if I would have stayed in and stopped all this mess about selling, you know, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. If I would have just gotten in it at the 1680 with 2 contracts, right now I'd be at 1840. And that's definitely past my goal for the day. My goal was always 1,000. And so that's definitely past it. So sometimes just placing a trade and holding on to it for a little while and being patient. That is good. And I don't want to turn anybody off now, but oh, just made some more money. But there is something that's in the Bible, and believe me, I'm not trying to be a religious Bible thumping person or anything like that, and I don't want to offend anyone. But there is a quote that says, "Be like those who through faith and patience will receive what God has promised." That's Hebrews 6:12. And I truly believe that God has a plan for all of us. And I think for me, and hopefully for you and a lot of people, it is to be prosperous. And we can do that through faith and patience. Those are the two hardest things in trading, I think. Okay, and when it's on 28.5, I'm going to try to enter again at that point. Because remember, I said anything that ends in 0.5 or whole numbers, it's good times to enter. This one just looks like it's continuing to go up, so I'm going to continue to try to get some profit from it. For me, the patient part is waiting for the buy signal, because sometimes that might take a little bit. And then the faith part, that's believing that what you know is going to happen will happen. There's a definition of faith, that it's something not seen, but soon to be realized, I think. Let me look it up, definition. Okay. All right, so I'm in something else. Let's see. I'm going to put it at 30 because I think that's a definite point where it's going to pause. It's a whole number. So I don't mean to be religious, or I don't mean to be, anything like that. But I do know that there are a lot of things that in the Bible that it just gives you motivation and helps you. But faith is complete trust or confidence in something or in someone or something. Complete trust or confidence in someone or something. So I have trust and confidence in my trading plan. And so knowing that it is solid, that's what keeps me going. So I didn't mean to get over on a tangent on that, but those two words, faith and patience, just really resonate. Here's another good one. Wealth and riches are in their houses, and their righteousness endures forever. That's awesome. And looking at the trading view, I've still got, in the 15-minute chart, I've got red candles going all the way down. Now pretty soon this is going to dry up. So I think that this is the last trade that I'm going to take for a little bit. And I'm going to move this. You can slide this thing up so that you see more of it. Because I'm not doing anything with calls right now. So we've just been hitting these whole numbers and putting a buy order in and going to the next whole number. We kind of broke from that here because we did, it's 29.2, but okay, I might have extended too much, but I'm still profitable though for the day, $250. Even though this is down by 240. What I'm seeing a lot with the price is it just it takes big leaps. So I just have to keep saying faith, faith. Don't forget, faith. Looks like it might be wanting to pull back some, or it already has been pulling back, but we are in 0DTE SPX options. I used to trade SPY options, but I don't think they moved as big and made as much profit as the SPX. And also something to note, SPX options, they are trying to think of the difference of the two. Wait 1 second. Let me look. Give me just a minute because I think I can find it, but I've got to. Okay, the difference between SPY and SPX is that the SPX refers to the S&P 500 index itself, which tracks the performance of the 500 large publicly traded companies in the U.S., and it is not directly tradable. Let's see, somewhere there is a difference between it. Let's see. Ah, we just hit it. So now I'm up to 720. Yes. Okay, SPX is the S&P 500 index. SPY is the S&P 500 index ETF. ETF stands for Exchange Traded Fund. SPX is a European style option. SPY is American style option. SPX, you cannot trade shares, only options. And SPY, you can trade shares and options. That still doesn't tell exactly what I want to. Okay. Also, something to note that the SPX settles in cash. And I wasn't going to go for it again, but so tempting. Let's just do a little one and have it sell at 32 maybe. Okay. Let's go up to 33. 32. That'd be $100 there. My dog is having a hard time. The SPX settles in cash. For taxes, I believe it's a lot easier to do SPX than SPY. Someone asked me, why is that? I cannot remember. All I know is people say, oh, it's better for taxes. So, hey, anything to help taxes get better, you know? Expensive on SPX. You are totally right about that. I agree. I'm only able to get like 1 or 2 contracts, really. Okay, once it comes up and sells this one at 32, then I'm going to bring it down some. And is this being greedy right now? No, I'm going with the trend. There's a definite trend. Okay. I think your name was Rich, I believe. It says if you settle in shares, taxes are 35%, and if you sell in less than a year, and lower if you hold for over a year. Okay. I'm definitely going to find out this year when I do my taxes, and then I'll let everybody know how it went. I really do think it's going to come up and pop at that 32. Capital gains is high if you do hold over a year, basically. Yeah, I know the capital gains has a lot to do with it. I go to H&R Block. I don't try to do anything on my own. I never hold anything for usually more than a couple of minutes, really. But in the case of this one, if I had started at, like I did, at 10:05 right now, I mean, I would definitely be out and have my goal for the day. Jack is my doggy. He's upset about something. Fat fingers. This one's going down too quick. Remember I said I wasn't going to take another trade? I should have followed my gut. Let's get rid of this. Okay, let's see where we are. 31.50. 23.63. This is really typical though. What'll happen is you'll hit a high and then it will, after a little while, pull back some. Then hit another high, then pull back. So this is typical. Just looks like the calls, they're just headed down to the ground. Let me readjust it. To there. I've readjusted it to the at the money, which is 69.70. And if this one gets back up, hopefully it will, then I will readjust. But right now, let's look at it, see where it's at. 69.95. It's well into the money right here. This is definitely the last one. I'm trying to think about a strategy called set it and forget it. Other people on the internet have tried this and they call it different things. But set it and forget it. They used to have a slow cooking oven, and one of the things about it was you could set it and forget it. I think it was propel oven or something, I don't know. And when you buy options and you place a sell limit order, that enables you to be able to do other things. And when it hits that, then you're out of it. So if I definitely would have done that today with this one, I could have made my goal of $1,000. But I think too many times we tend to get impatient, and that's understandable because there's things that need to be bought, and So you want to get that done. But I think tomorrow I'm going to try the set it and forget it, because I've got a doctor's appointment tomorrow. So I'm not going to do that on a regular trade. I'm going to paper trade it, I think, to see if it hits it. I don't like to be away from the computer if I'm in a trade, so I can at least try it out and see if that strategy works. Yeah, it's like anything. If you have something new and you want to see how it works, the best thing is either to backtest, which you can use the on-demand feature of Thinkorswim, and it is up here at the upper right-hand corner. Right there. Or you can paper trade. Either one will tell you how your strategy works without having to lose a lot of money. Okay, this one looks like it's retreating a little bit, but it's at a whole number, 27. Hope that it just continues to rise. So any money that is lost for this particular trade, I can make it back at around 1 today. When they have that meeting. But like I said, if you've never traded when there's a meeting, be very careful. So the capital gains is high if you don't hold over a year. Okay.
keep running around like this.
Hello. Didn't have a chance to brush my hair this morning. I just got this light. Okay, we got a sell signal. Okay, it looks like it's going to hit the stop here. I'm going to go ahead before it hangs down too much. Let's see here. If I sell now, I'm selling at a loss of 710. Oops. You have to get rid of that order. Okay. All right. Loss of 700 so far today. So the set it and forget it strategy would absolutely have worked today. So 2360 was the 2363 was the stop. So it's a good thing that I got out when I did. But I really believe that this is going to, it's got one more run in it. I feel that way. We've had a long run with this thing. I've got to step away for just a moment, but I'll be right back. Let me put that in here. There we go. Here I'm at. Okay. I'm back. Got my turtle hat on. I got this hat when I went to Hawaii back in August. We went to Kona on the Big Island, and they had this thing that made soap. It was a factory, and they made soap, and they had coffee, and I think something else. And so I bought this hat. I'm just in a hat mood today. I'm taking a look at TradingView. Okay, definitely looks like it's changed directions on TradingView. Let me see if I can let y'all see that. Nope. Wrong one. There we go. So as you can see, we had this nice run here, and then the next candle opened up above this wick. And if we go down and look at the wicks, we have the lower wick here, then the next one's a little lower, the next one's a little lower, the next one's a little lower, the next one's even with it, exactly even. Next one's lower, lower, lower. Now this one is higher. So when the wicks change direction like that, that means that we're definitely in for the possibility of buying calls now. We're switching, we're changing directions. And I still don't think anything though is going to happen much with calls because they've just been steadily going down. And they're below the VWAP. The VWAP is the purple line. And for those that don't know, VWAP stands for Volume Weighted Average Price. And as long as a stock is, or the price I should say, is above the VWAP, that is bullish. And we just got a buy signal. I don't know why I didn't hear it. Let's look and make sure I have my sound turned on for this. Enabled, yes. Yes. So we do have a buy signal and calls, and we've got a green awesome oscillator. I'm going to be watching the price over here with calls, seeing where it's going. If it goes above the VWAP, I might get in on this one. So it's hanging right now at that whole number 19. It's 1920. $19.40. Now it's gone back down some. It's going down. Really don't want to buy anything unless I see it definitely going up. And let's see what we have here. 1942. I'm going to say 1950 is going to be like a big roadblock because it ends in 5. Anything that's a whole number or 0.5, that's something to consider as a, I won't say a roadblock, but just as a pause. So we're looking to see 1960. And I don't understand this, but it says 1895 here. 1901. Sometimes this number in green is different than this number here. And I'm not sure why that is. $18.10. So it's hesitating over on TradingView. There's always a little circle that tells you when to change direction. And you see the green circle right there. And right here is a red circle. That would mean to buy puts. The green means to buy calls, the red means to buy puts. So we're coming down into this oversold territory. And I'm expecting a green circle to come. When it does, then I will think about getting in. But right now it's just kind of iffy. All right, let me put it back. And now we have a spinning top on calls and a doji over on the SPY. So that means it's just the market doesn't know what it wants to do right now. The bulls and bears are fighting. Who will win? Okay, got a big long red candle on the SPY. And over on TradingView, it just looks like a doji. We got a thing to buy puts and sell calls. And I said I was going to adjust this, so let me go here. What I want is the first purple bar because that's at the money. No, that's calls. Let's go on the other side. There we go. So that's 69.75. Red bar down here and awesome oscillator, so I'm just going to sit tight. Let's see, 1620. Let me just see about how many contracts I get. I could probably do this in my head, but when I'm trading, I'm so focused, I don't think of anything like math. Okay. It's gone to 1580. I can probably get about 2 contracts if I did that, if I got in there. It's just going down though. It's now at 16. The high of this candle was 1680. When I'm looking at when I do this, if I put the cursor over the candle, it tells you the information up here about the open and the high, the low, the close. And I'm not sure what the R and the Y mean. I used to, but I can't remember right off. What was it again? 1680. 1690. So let's see. Looking to try to get in this one at 17, a whole number. 2 contracts. So if it hits that 17, it will automatically buy it. And I don't know what's better. I've heard that limit orders are better, which is what this is. But I do market orders all the time and they work fine for me. So okay, we just bought it. It's 17. And I'm going to sell at 18. So what this means is when it hits 18, it will automatically sell it. And I will get, let's see how much profit. $200. Still on TradingView, waiting for that green circle on the FSVZO. Which stands for Fourier Smoothed Volume Zone Oscillator. And the volume zone oscillator, just kind of an easy way to say it. It just keeps track of the direction of where the volume is. I have to keep saying to myself, I've been behind before, and come back. So I can do it again. Right now I'm down 9-10. Just a waiting game. Got a new candle. And so far we have a definite pattern of we get a higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. So we're going to get another higher high up here. It just follows the pattern. Okay, we've gone past where I purchased it. We're at 17.10. If it gets up to 18, it's probably going to stop again. See, I want to see it go 17.50. Come on. Did you see that? It just went up, popped up, and came down. That's the essence of the 0DTE SPX. You just have to be willing to see it do that. Sean doesn't like 0DTE SPX. He's having a hard time staying above 17. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. Okay, so now I'm down 500. We just hit 18. Okay, and we do have a green bar on the AO. but it's coming down. Okay, that high was, let's see. Yep, 18. Notice I placed this stop buy order at 17. It's a whole number. I will say this though. I'm gonna delete that one. Notice what has happened. We have gone down, we've hit a higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, but now we have gone below. We don't have the higher high anymore. So we've gone below 19. And so that means that the direction is about to shift. And let me look at my HHLL indicator. Okay. So it definitely looks like it's trying to change direction. Now let me show you what I mean. Okay. Right here, we've had this streak of the puts going down. Here, though, we are in oversold conditions in this volume zone oscillator. And I'm waiting on a green circle, and that means it will definitely be changing direction. Here, we've got this beautiful, awesome oscillator. Comes up, green, turns red, goes back down. This is how they're supposed to look. Now, somewhere along here, I'm not sure where, but somewhere there's going to be a green bar, because that's kind of how it goes. It just goes green, red, red, green. And so if it follows this pattern, the green bar is going to signify that calls will be ready to be look at. Let's just put it that way. Calls will be ready to look at. Everything's kind of choppy today, so I'm not going to say, it's definite, but that's something that I look at. Is I pay close attention to that AO and see when the bar changes color. And being that this is a 15-minute candle, that will definitely signify something. Okay, let's bring back our chart. What does Sean trade? Sean Deckmar, let me see if he's in his live trade. Yeah, he is. Let me let you just take a look at him. I don't think he'd mind if I shared his screen for a minute, because it's found on YouTube. Here he is. He usually buys stocks that are like around $2 and $3, and he'll look a lot of times at the pump and dump ones. He's real big on looking at news. He always has news up on his chart, and when news comes out, he will go in and look at that stock. Right now, he's looking at MRNO, now GOAI, and he's dressed up to look like the I think that's StockTwits, isn't it? So he's a cool guy. One day I had a really good trade, and he gave me some encouragement, and that's always nice, you know. Let me see if I can find that video.
Congratulations to Nancy, $5 grand. I don't know how you do it, Nancy. Making $4 grand, $3 grand, $5 grand over on SPX, zero expiration calls. I mean, insane stuff. You know, doing 0DTE call contracts are a little crazy. I will say that. Team, you know what I was going through a lot last night, though? You know, just 'cause.
So that's Sean Deckmar. Let's see here. Okay, he did another one too. Look at this one.
So good job right there. Nice little easy trade on that play. Nancy Deck, I made $6,000 so far today over on SPX 0DTE. All right, I will say this, Nancy, you are insane with the zero, with the 0DTE plays. The zero expirations. That is scary, scary stuff.
Well, yeah, it can be scary, but it can also be very profitable. And that's what this is all about, is profit. Got a doji over there on puts, which means they don't know yet what they want to do. Indecision. Sean has some very good videos on options trading. I think he calls it the Options Boot Camp. And he's just got, it must be hundreds of videos on everything you can think of. And so I would highly recommend him as a site to spend some time on. He's kind of what inspired me to make this stream. Because watching him, I learned a lot. So I hope that by watching me, you can learn as well. So tomorrow I'm going to do the set it and forget it. Actually, my appointment tomorrow, I might have to not trade tomorrow at all because I have an early a doctor's appointment. So I'm sorry you won't be seeing me tomorrow. Let me check what it is. Yeah, it's in the morning, so I'm going to have to not have my stream tomorrow. So sorry about that. But I think part of this whole thing is I want you to be able to duplicate my screen. I haven't seen very many traders do that. They'll have their screen up there, but they don't give you any sort of instruction how to make it just like theirs. So by duplicating it, hopefully you'll be able to replicate what I'm doing. My whole plan is that I don't want to have to go out and work anymore. I'm retired. A lot of retired people, though, end up going back to work because the retirement checks are not as much as we hope they would be. So this is a great way to supplement that. Hope all goes well. I think it will. I'm down 500, but I think definitely I'll be able to make that back and more. I definitely do see something that looks sort of like a double bottom. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, G-Mans. It's just a yearly physical. I'm 65, and the older we get, we tend to have to see the doctor more, unfortunately, but I'm just going for my checkup. One good thing about back testing, which is the on-demand button at the upper right-hand corner, is that you can go to any day you want. You can pick any day. Let's look back to April was crazy, so let's look at that. Let's do April 4th. And then you can tell it what time you want. Let's see, let's look at 9:32. And it takes you straight to April 4th at 9:32. And I follow that same procedure about doing at the money. And it has to pre-buffer. Mine does a lot of times, so that's what I'm waiting on right now. Okay. And then I say all because I want to see all the prices. Okay, so I'll pick like 51. Wow. Could only get like one contract that way. One right across from it. Here. Oh, that's not exactly, hold on. That is. And then if you want to, instead of waiting 8 hours for it to pan out, if you come up here and do the end of the day, I usually do 15:59 because 16 is the end of the day. Come up and pause it. You can see what happened on this day. And, you know, the first buy signal, I look at the closing price usually, and that's 62.85. So I would have had to have like about $6,285 to do this one and get one contract. But then it went up to 175. So let's just see what that's like here. Okay, let me see what I said. 62.85. One contract. Now it went up to as high as 175. So that day you could have made $11,215 if you hung in all day long and waited till the end. Now a lot of times I'll have it on and I'll just go step away and eat something, come back, whatever. So this would have been a really good one to make some good cash. Now you say, well, you know, what happens if you trade something and you do, say, out of the money because you can't afford that? Okay, then let's start all over again. Okay. Meanwhile, I want to go back and look and see how everything's going here. Okay. Still kind of in a holding pattern. So let's go back to the on-demand, which is back testing. And let's say that, oh, I can't afford 6,000. I don't have 6,000. So let's say we go out of the money. And we go to something we can afford more. Let's say we do $10. And I could do about 10 contracts on that, I guess. No, not 10. I'm sorry. 5. So let's say 5 contracts. And then that's like around 5,000. Okay, so let's look. I'm not even going to mess with calls right now on this one, but let's look at the end of the day. That should be puts. I'm sorry. Let me start all over again. Go back at the beginning. I got calls on the brain today, I think. So for this one, this is at the money, 46. That would be, if you had one contract, that would cost $4,600. Let's come up to 10. We could get 5 contracts and it'll be 5,000. Now let's push ahead. I apologize for that. I can tell I probably need to eat something now. Okay, so it's got these peaks and valleys, peaks and valleys. Notice it touches that overnight high and then retreats. 70, 40. And let's just round it out and say 70. Okay. Before, when I had that really high premium, it was at around 10,000. If I go out of the money some, I can get 30,000. So staying at the money is good, but also being in the money is just as good. Let me take a call.
top in the ranks. One shit one, number one, not the mother ones. Other ones feel fake. This our time, we run it. This our side, we on it. This our grind, and we want it. Did it and done it, can't outrun it. Stand up if you ready. Hands up if you ready. Say it loud if you ready. This our time, we run it. Clap your hands if you ready. Stomp your feet if you ready. Let it be cause you ready. This our time, we coming. This our time, we coming. Ready? Say it free cause I can. Who these mini me's think I am? Why they envy me? Post threat on me but can't beat me when I'm on 10. Got me stuck on glue. I was stuck on you. ES ring, I went top speed. I've been top one in the booth. Put the game on snooze. Blessed like I choose. Doubted me, they outed me. Now I'm sitting here like proof. Now roll it steady. Record synced up heavy. I'm done talking, I told you it. Who ready? We been ready. Stand up if you ready. Hands up if you ready. Say it loud if you ready. This our time, we run it. Clap your hands if you ready. Stomp your feet if you ready. Let it be cause you ready. This our time, we run it. Say it loud if you ready. Clap your hands if you ready. Let it be cause you ready. Now. Stand up if you ready. Hands up if you ready. Say it loud if you ready. This our time, we run it. Clap your hands if you ready. Stomp your feet if you ready. Let it be cause you
Okay, I'm back. I'm trying to get gutters for my house, so I'm looking at that. So the moral of this story was being out of the money is okay. I got my dog in with me. Sorry about that. Jack, come here. Let me show him to you. Oh. Here, Jack. Come here. Well, he doesn't want to be captured. Woo! Here he is. Jack, say hello. Okay, something I noticed right off the bat, the VIX over here is dropped, below the overnight high. And we have a buy signal on calls. I would really like to see this awesome oscillator pass the 0 line, which is the red line. If it can go up and go through that, that's when I would like to enter there. But right now, it's just not, I gotta wait and see what happens. Our price right now is at $5.50. Say hi, Jack. Kisses, kisses, kisses. Okay, and the buy signal keeps going in and out. That's also, come on, Jack, get down there, take a nap. That is also a sign that we want to stay away from it. Okay. If you look right here on the trading view chart, we have hit a lower low and we're just kind of consolidating along right there. And then we do have a green circle and a green bar on Awesome Oscillator. So this is poised to head up. We're just waiting for that to get a sign. Jack, stop. Jack is very excited because the people here to measure for the gutters are getting him excited. He loves to have visitors. So that's where he wants to be now, is outside where they're measuring. Okay. Also, the SPY is way below the overnight low. And so in seeing that, it makes me want to just wait. We do have a, let me draw that in. Drawings. This low of 694.50. We're bouncing off that. It keeps hitting that. Hits it here, comes up, hits it, comes up, hits it. So we're in a little channel right now. So I'm just staying put. I'm not doing anything right now. I'm negative 500 for the day. But I really believe after this meeting that's around 1 o'clock, I'm going to be able, that's going to change. I'm going to be able to make that back. And then some. So that meeting is like around 1. I always have I have 3 screens. One screen is Thinkorswim. The other screen, I look and see the comments that everyone is making on my channel, on my live stream. And the other screen has Yahoo Finance, and I've got CNN on it, and I've got CNBC. Kind of like to see what's happening with the news. I put it on the closed captioning so I can read it. We have commercials right now. Okay, all eyes are on Powell's press conference after the Fed's 2 p.m. Eastern Time decision and any clues he offers on the path ahead. So I am Central Time, so that would be 1 o'clock my time. There must be a way I can watch that too. Let me type that in. Okay, so depending on what is said at this meeting will determine where the SPY goes. Jack, get over here. You be a good boy, okay? And it's looking like the Fed is likely to hold rates steady. That's what it's saying on here. So we will see what happens. I do know this: when Jerome Powell speaks, things happen with the stock market. And so the reason I have calls and puts both on my screen is because I want to be ready for whatever decision is made. And so having them both up there lets me see it. I'm going to adjust my calls for at the money. So 95 to 75. And here we did have a buy signal and everything, but these candles here are so short. There's not much movement in that. Hence, not much money. So we're just going to wait. And let me put the puts. 0DTE right there, 0. And right here. Okay, so we're just in a holding pattern. And my puppy is resting, thankfully. To the 5 viewers that I have right now, thank you for joining me. I appreciate it. I hope that the suggestions that I'm offering are helpful and that you can see patterns and see what's going on. I do see something here at the VIX. It looks like it went below the overnight high, but it looks like it's coming back up again. I've seen that happen a lot. But it's not showing over here. Usually the VIX and the puts, they kind of mirror each other. Not always, but a lot of times. And the SPY and the calls mirror each other. So these, I have these two side by side because they're very similar. And I put UVXY instead of VIX because somebody on the chat made me aware of UVXY. I didn't know about it. So I thank you all for your suggestions. It's very helpful to me. And that's part of the reason why I wanted to do a live stream. My goal every day is to try to make $1,000. I know that sound must mean that something is loose. but I don't know what, so I'm going to work on that. Hmm. Come here. That was a sell signal on calls. Yes, Justin, I did trade today. Wow. I made like about 7 or 8 trades. I'm down 500, but I had some profitable trades this morning. Kind of gave it back a little bit though. Let me see if my trade view window shows everything. It doesn't show everything. Let me update it some. The only thing about TradeZella is you have to go in and just update your information from your broker. You have to do that daily. I was up about 800 though at one point. Okay, for today, I made 8 trades today. I started off and I had $5.95 profit, then I took a loss. Then I made $5.75 profit, $1.75 profit, $1.15 profit, $2.55 profit. Then I had a big loss of $14.24, and that was with puts at $11.53 is when I bought that. So around there, and it was, let's see, was it $69.95. A sell on calls. $95. This is where I made all these trades here. And the one I lost the money on was placed at $11.53. So let's see. And so this one was overextended, I think. I should have just stopped where I was at. And instead, I bought it around here. That was the one. 2 contracts at $31.50. And it just kind of tanked really quick. And then I've since made $195.12. And this is taking into consideration commissions. It was 200, but when you factor in the commissions and everything. So that's my loss for today so far, but I'm hoping to get that back. We've got a buy signal on puts. $75% win rate. So that's pretty good, I think. If we look at the month of January, that's how much I've made so far this month, and it's a 78% win rate. I guess not bad, huh? So 8 trades so far today. This one, I'll put the puppy down. This looks like it's starting to do something. Okay, I want to look at the next candle though. There we go. Sorry about that. We're at 27.20. Well, it's expected that the rates will be held today. It says, with the Fed Reserve widely expected to hold interest rates. Okay. I just got a message and I missed it. Let me come up here and see. A sell for calls. Can you take him? Oh man, I need my water too. Just waiting for that Fed decision. Okay, I'm ready to pull the trigger. Looks like calls are heading up. Oh, they're going down. Congratulations, Justin, on your $600. That is awesome. I don't know if I congratulated you yet, but that's great. Okay, it's looking really weird. Okay, buy signal. All right, here we go. Okay, it's at 1630. Okay, that doji at the puts just looks strange. It's got a very long wick on both ends. Let's see. Nothing looks really good. I gotta step away for just a minute. Sorry for that little beeping you hear. I know that something is not connected properly. I've got to figure out what it is later. Breaking news, Fed holds interest rates steady. Just waiting for that next candle, which is going to be like in about 30 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Not much of a difference. Okay. I know as soon as I walk away, something will happen, but I've got to take care of something right now. I drew a mustache on Jerome Powell and some horns. Ah, gosh. What a day. Got a buy signal right now on the SPY trading view chart. And I'm thinking that if this rises above and cuts through that overnight low, we might have some action on calls at the end of the day. That's just a guess. Okay. Not funny. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Take your time.
That's when you play on you.
Actually get lower.
He tests me sometimes. But,
I mean,
you can't get closer to me.
already when we start looking, when we drop something before we start analyzing, is really where to pick it up.
And he said it. Hmm.